Okay. I'm running a little behind today. Not really all that surprising, I suppose. Get some water. It's just a slow moving day today. Alright. If my dashboard would cooperate. There we go. Alright, so today we are picking back up with our magnet. This is the third one that we're working on. We're following along with some Bob Ross tutorials, but instead of painting, we are needle felting along with them. Link is in the chat, and that will take you to the tutorial in full on the Bob Ross YouTube page, if anyone wants to see that. I do have the tutorial in the bottom corner, but it is small, and I do have it muted, so not sure how well you can see it. The subtitles are on it, but I don't know how well you can read it that tiny either. So when we last left off, we had finished putting in our ground color, and that seems to be pretty much attached, and we were putting in our little mountain ridge. You can't really see it that well. You can see some kind of color there, but you can't really see the shape of it. So we're gonna use one of our colors here. Once I dig it out, find it. What color were we using? I believe we were using Misty Gray. I'm going to use that to kind of outline our mountain bits here. Let's put our finger friends on. Protect them from stabby stabs. Alright. So it is Tuesday. Hope everyone is doing well. And today, a little bit ago, we found out they are in fact still doing Mother's Day Out daycare across the street from us, because it was finally warm enough for the kids to be outside. It's supposed to get up to almost 60 today. It is supposed to be 60 this weekend, I think. Or 65 or something. Something ridiculous for this time of year. But no, we've had a slow day. Still pretty tired from yesterday. Alright. So we've got 3 little ridges that we kind of have to work in here. So I'm gonna try to get that figured out here. As best as I can. Oh, where's my... Oh, forgot my scissors. Although these scissors are kind of kind of a joke. I need to get some new scissors. They don't close on the tip, so I can't cut anything with the point of the scissor. There's a gap there. I can see it better over the lighter color. So it's kind of a pain in the ass. Okay. And this guy kind of sits about here, kind of cutting off a bit of that. So I'm just using our misty gray color that I used on our clouds. And I just kind of didn't want to bring a bright white on into this. How far down does this go? Okay, so this guy doesn't go down super far. Hope everybody's Wednesday is going well. Don't have a good place to sit that to the side today. All right. And then we've got one more little guy here. We're gonna outline here. And he's kind of got a little bit of some snow laying on it, but not very much. And the snow seems to be like on this side of it. So, I don't know. Excuse me, I guess I should do something there. If we can pull it off without it, like, taking over. That's the main question here. And that's the thing. Like, I don't want it to be too in your face here. Just kind of gathering up that fluff there, the end of it. Just kind of want a little bit, just a light kiss of accent on there. Probably not really gonna be able to see it all that well. So just a little from the approximate ridge line on down there. Now that is probably like much too thick. We'll see. It might kind of melt in. As long as some of it does, then we should be alright. Oh yeah. That thinned out almost entirely. Alright, like I said before, I don't know if we're finishing today on this particular one. Kind of depends on how the day takes us here. I have a slight headache, so see what happens. They're calling for rain tomorrow night, like a lot of rain. And Thursday they just have us in like 100% chance of rain. So Doggo, we either have to be up at the crack of dawn tomorrow to get Doggo out, or he's gonna end up missing 2 days. But we got up late today. So I didn't really get much of anything done. I did get some more paper twisted last night, though, for the tissue paper project. I didn't get any video editing done last night, though. I was too tired. I was like, you know what? I don't really trust myself to be paying attention to what I'm editing. So probably in my best interest to just not do that. Alright. It's not a whole lot of detail going on with that. That's fine. I'm gonna stick this color back in its bag for right now. Alright. Now, we need to go ahead and hit play on the tutorial and see where Bob is taking us next. I'm gonna take some sap green and some of his yellows. Oh, Bob, what are you doing? I would have rather have done the water first. Oh, right. I remember this now. Okay. So he's gonna put some grass kind of going up into the edges of that. All right. That's gonna be tough sledding. So, all right, I'm gonna pause that right there. So we need to kind of get some green in there somehow. Now I haven't pre-picked any of my colors this time. I'm kind of not sure what I want to do. How about we go with forest green? It's not as dark as it sounds. And we'll go with lime green for the highlight. Now, I'm not going to do the grass like I normally do here. So this is the forest green. This is from Big Twist Value. And the lime green is from Paintbox Simply Chunky. So we are gonna start with the forest green here. That seems probably like the better way to go. And we'll have that as sort of our base color here. So it's not a bad green. It's not super dark like a hunter green, but it's a nice shade of green. Alright. This is just water. Sometimes it helps get the fluff to behave a little bit. So we are working tiny. It might be hard to tell from the camera angles and stuff. This is 3 inches by 3 inches. It's a lot smaller than I normally work when we do the needle felted things. We usually needle felt landscapes that are about 8 by 10-ish, roughly. Those can take about 10 to 14 weeks to finish, depending on the size of the thing, like how involved it is and everything, the size of the project, like how detailed it needs to be and all that. These ones, with them being so much smaller, the last 2 magnets that we've done, those have taken us about 2 sessions. Big difference. Big difference. So this is session number 2 on this guy. I don't know if we're going to be able to finish him today, though. We're about 10 minutes into a 25-minute tutorial. I don't know. We're usually a little bit further through the tutorial. These needles are very sharp. Be careful when you're using them. That's why we have finger protectors on. So that when I do inevitably end up stabbing myself, I shouldn't be injured too badly. This is just masking tape. I did it to try to help keep me in the border area that I needed to be in. Because sometimes it's super easy to get carried away. This is going on a wood backing that is 3 inches by 3 inches. So we have a piece of wood. I picked up a bunch of these. So this is the size of our magnet. It's going to fit in our hand. So our friend here is going to get mounted onto that once we cut all the extra felt away and everything. And then we're going to make a shadow box frame around him. And then we're going to lose just the very edge here. And then we'll get that guy framed up. These are going to get painted to a dark brown. They're not going to stay that color. Ow. Elbow meet desk, desk meet elbow. They're already very acquainted with one another, but they seem to forget that. Right, just a tiny bit of water. Now, traditionally, most people use roving for needle felting. Roving's expensive. Or it can be, at least from what I've seen. It's a very small amount for the price. Like $5.99, you'll get like a bag like this of maybe 2 colors, maybe 1. I can get a skein of yarn. Like, I got the Joanne skeins of yarn from Big Twist Value line for on sale for like $1.99, $2 for like a 6-ounce skein. So it was a lot more, and there's a lot more color selection, I found, than in the roving. Now you do have to do a little bit more prep work using the acrylic yarn. That's just the way things are with that method. That's just the way that goes. And it doesn't behave exactly like the roving, so you have to do a little more fussing with it sometimes. But it's okay, right? And some people are allergic to wool. So it's an alternative. You know, it's an option. So to prep the yarn, you have to cut several lengths of it that you think you can manage at a time. I usually do 4 to, well, no, I usually do under 10. Sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 8. Small lengths, like maybe this long, maybe 4-ish inches long at a time. And then you get a pet grooming brush called, it's either a slicker or a sticker. I've seen it both ways. It's got these vicious looking teeth on it. It's to help get undercoat out on the double coated dogs. So it's got these little angry elbow teeth on them, right? And then you hold the wool in your hand, or you put it on like a top of a piece of cardboard or a self-healing cutting mat, and then brush it out starting at the bottom of the lengths and then working your way up, or you can flip it over and then work the bottom up again to the middle. And I do have a video showing how I prep the yarn on the YouTube channel. Same name as here. Link should be somewhere on the page or on the about page. Depends, because I've noticed on mobile it's like above, and I think on PC it's down below. So depending on how you're watching, it's somewhere on here somewhere. Alright. So we're just kind of working on getting our little tiny bit of grass worked into here. You okay? So like we might lose a little bit of the stuff on the very edge. Maybe not necessarily lose it, but it might be hidden a little bit. And then I kind of have to see how much it's stretched out and what has to get trimmed off to fit on our square. Because this time I went to the very edge of the square instead of giving me like a little bit of buffer room, just to see how that works out. I'm still experimenting with these guys, still trying to see what's gonna be the better method for putting them together. So I do have 2 of these completed already. They are in the other room on the fridge so that they don't get messed up or anything. So don't spill any paint on them or what have you. Alright, am I zoomed in enough? You know what? I don't think I am. Let's zoom in a little bit more. Because we needed to be zoomed out yesterday. For, I forgot to zoom back in. For, about 275. Okay. I look pretty good. We can focus. Because we had zoomed in, or zoomed out to work on the dragonfly. And I kind of forgot how far we had zoomed out, and I'm sitting here looking, I'm like, that looks kind of tiny. That seems to be a little bit better. And you know, it's on craft felt. Whenever we do this, the sides always distort a little bit to some degree. So when time comes to mount this guy, we're gonna have to trim the edges. We'll probably lose a little bit of the piece itself on the edges. It happens. All right. So, I was trying to grab here. How far were we coming on this? I lost my better view of the tutorial. All right. So then this guy is gonna kind of about there. It doesn't come all the way over to the other edge, but it does come a little bit past our tiny, barely visible little mountains here. I might need to add a little bit more of this onto here. Something is rattling on my desk. I think it's my one flamingo statue tapping, or my monitor tapping it. I think. Like, I had to fun tack him to my desk because the one cat kept climbing everywhere and knocking everything over. So, of course, after I fun tack him, he stops climbing all over my desk. I'm like, really? I don't want him climbing on my desk, but I'm like, I had to go to that length. I'm not sure if my little statue is like paper mache or if it's wood. It's very light. And then I had to rearrange everything when we got our Turkish lamps, because I had to have a place where I could sit that bad boy. Okay. You can see where I've stabbed through the edge of the tape by accident. Alright, so we still have to get our highlight in here. I don't know how much room to give myself on this because I feel like we're scrunched down maybe a little too far. I feel like maybe this should be a little bit higher, but that's my fault. That's why I usually tend to sketch the stuff out. Because I'm not the best judge of space for getting everybody popped in here without drawing it out first. But I'm not sure what all else we still have to get in here. We still have to get our stream in, obviously. But, you know, like I keep trying to remind myself, Bob says it is our world, and we can compose it as we see fit. So that's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. We need to make some adjustments. We'll make some adjustments. So with these tiny guys, we're certainly not blowing through as much fluff as the larger ones, but I will say I have had yet to buy replacement skeins of any colors. I haven't run out of anybody yet. I'm coming close to running out on maybe 2 colors, maybe 3. But I haven't run out yet. I mean, it helps that we've added to our color arsenal since we first started this. When we started out, I only had like 15-20 colors of yarn. And now I think I'm up to 65-70. It doesn't seem like that many, but a lot of them are like similar colors too. Not the same, but similar. Though I have accidentally double bought a color. So I have a couple extra colors kind of waiting in the wings. Haven't run out of anything mid-project, and I think if it looks like I might not have enough to do that particular one, I'll just change the shade and save that for when I get to a project that it should be just enough on. Kind of see, is that just because the tape's coming up there? It might be. So like these aren't usually real precise at this size because we're so tiny, so I'm just kind of trying to get the basics of it in there. So we're basically making little mini paintings for the refrigerator, complete with, you know, frames and all. Okay, so if I'm on like the tape line right there, all right, that shouldn't be so bad. Okay. Now, we're gonna grab our I'm gonna stick this back in its bag. I'm not gonna rehang this bag. I've got a section of wall that I kind of hung up some nylon string between two nails, and I've got my bags of fluff hanging from them with binder clips. So I have a fluff wall. Because there's just not enough storage in this place. So, in this way I can see the colors are at my fingertips. I know what I have to work with. It's a bit more messy at the moment though, because I had to get a secondary, well, I had to get a new container. Because I needed the container that my smaller balls of yarn were in. And, I had to put my paint stash in there because the double stack of drawers I had my paint in, they're just basically like those plastic, like 3-tier drawers. The bottom set warped, and 2 of the drawers were giving me problems opening and closing. The one won't close all the way, and the bottom one just won't open anymore. And that was the one I had my paint in. Oh no, I had the paint in the second from the bottom. But, so I couldn't use the bottom drawer anymore when I was reorganizing everything. I'm like, really? Alright, so this guy. So I had to go and get another container, move the smaller bundles of yarn to a larger yarn container. Put the paint in the smaller yarn container. No yarn is now present in that smaller container. So I probably could have just kept them in the shoebox containers themselves, but a lot of times we keep the we've got so many cats, so we go through a lot of cat litter, and we were getting the 35-pound, 40-pound pails of cat litter, the buckets, the plastic ones. Well, they're not recyclable in our town, so we were just kind of holding them because, you know, they wouldn't really fit in our trash bags, and they have to go in a city trash bag for us to throw them away. So we started just using them for storage, like Rubbermaid containers or whatever. I mean, they're not the best storage, but at least they're stackable. So we've been using them from everything from like mopping buckets to buckets that we were putting the guinea pig fleece in to condition that for use, storage for overflow of books that had to go out into our shed or whatever, and just overflow of stuff. I've got my socks in one because we don't really have room for a set of drawers for our clothes. We really need to get a hanging rack. We don't have a closet. I'd like to get one of those zipper encased closets, but the cats are gonna shred it. We've been there, done that. My parents had one, and the cats kept climbing and sitting on top of it, and they collapsed it. And my mom has one that I'd like to have, but we don't have room because we have the tank still up. We don't think the crabs are still alive anymore. But, we don't know what to do with the tank because it was a lot of money. It's a 50-gallon tank. And, we, don't necessarily want to get rid of it because it was expensive. But I don't know why we would still hold on to it. I still have my 30-gallon tank. I don't know if I'm actually going to get a gerbil or not. We've got the guinea pigs now, and I'm nervous I might be allergic to whatever we would need for the gerbil, because I'm allergic to the Timothy hay for the guinea pigs. I can't touch it. Oh, not a gerbil. We're gonna get a hamster. That's right. Was it a gerbil? No, maybe it was a gerbil. It's the one with the tail. Which one has the tail? Is that the gerbil? But I don't know. Husband's talking about wanting a bearded dragon. That's not anytime soon, though. We have to figure out if we are moving. Before we decide on that. Alright. Okay. Let me put this back in its bag. And we won't know if we're moving until my mom passes because she doesn't want to leave my dad. So. Oh, that's not right. Didn't have the right window selected. Okay. Alright, Bob. What are we doing now? Oh, he kept going a little bit further with that. Kind of adding a little bit more. Is that the base grain or is that the highlighted part? That kind of feels like the highlighted part. Oh, how far over are you bringing that, Bob? Because that came over further than I expected. Oh, Midnight Black, Prussian Blue, Van Dyke Brown, Crimson. Looks like he threw some sap green in there too. He's just throwing everything in there. Why did you need that, Bob? Very confused. Why? I don't understand. You've got the liquid black on there. What are we doing? Oh. Oh. Trees. We can do those trees. Those are the trees I can do fairly easily. So he's gonna do a stand of those. Kind of off to the side here. I'm trying to figure out, is he gonna take them all the way to the edge? Maybe. Quite possibly. Okay, so we're gonna give this side some height. Ah! I was not expecting the YouTube ad. What are you doing, Bob? Putting in some shrubbies? Some shadowies? Okay, so he's almost to the side edge there. Okay. Right. I just see what he's gonna do next here, unfortunately. Okay, so he's kind of bringing the edge of that up, kind of engulfing them. He still hasn't quite taken that to the very edge, though. Huh. Oh, I think he sticks a big ash tree in there. The trees that I have trouble making with, Okay. Can we get... Alright. So I kind of need to bring that that color. Are we going to take the light green? I think we need to kind of do a mixture here, so I'm going to take the forest green back. Here. Alright. So let me get a little bit of water here. Just kind of helps the fibers kind of wrap around themselves and get a little bit tighter. So because of how he did this, I am just going to take this all the way over to the edge. It's just going to be easier for me in the long run to just go ahead and just do that now. Right? I know he's got his own method to the madness for the paint. And the paint you can kind of mix and play, and because the oil paint stays wet a little bit longer on, well, a lot longer on the canvas as you're working with it and everything. So you've got a lot of mix time there and blend time. Don't really get quite that level of blendability with this. We're more or less, think of it as like a color by number or a paint by number. Like, we kind of have, this is our color and this is the slot it needs to go into. So kind of need to think of it from that. Oh, thanks for the lurk, Raven. Appreciate that. Hope you have a good day at work. Sorry I didn't see it till now. But I appreciate that. Oh. That I can't get to it. My screen's pretty small there. It's not quite cooperating how I want it to. Alright, so he kind of has this come forward about halfway, maybe. On this side. Like maybe halfway through our dark section. Now he said he did liquid black on the bottom. It looks a little more like a light Payne's gray. So it probably kind of mixed with either some of the liquid white that he had on his brush before he dipped into the liquid black or whatever. And he just kind of let them do their thing. But I don't know why it did that. This is how I wanted to do that. There we go. All right, so we need to kind of bring this down a little bit further. As best as we can, right? So, because our little trees kind of start around in here. Just want to make sure that I've brought this down far enough. So we've got some real estate for these tree guys to kind of hang out on. You know what? Let's see. Now, I didn't technically have to do our, like, brownish gray color across the bottom, but I wanted at least a thin layer of that on there. So I wasn't really quite sure where this all was going to take us. And I know we have some kind of stream coming in here. I don't know where the stream is coming in at. So it's going to be a bit of an adventure. I do see a little bit of our camel trying to poke through here, so you can get a better idea of how much extra felt I've given us on the side edges. Alright. So we are following along with Bob Ross's Joy of Painting tutorial from season 31. I decided let's go all the way to the end. We've been messing around at the front. Let's start at the back and work our way forward, right? Because these are the ones that we haven't really looked at before. So we're in the last season that got produced, as far as I'm aware. So it's season 30. Oh, hang on, that's not comfortable. Okay, so it's season 31. And we are on the third tutorial of that season. We've already completed Reflections of Calm, I believe it was, and Before the Snowfall. Man, the traffic's really loud today. It is a loud traffic Tuesday. Rude. We live on the main road that goes through our town. So it gets a little noisy at times. Actually, let me extend that a little bit further there. I want to bring this forward a bit. Just kind of giving us some land to sit these trees on. I don't know what color I'm doing these trees yet. I might make them hunter green. He did like almost a black color. I think he's gonna come back and highlight them. I think that's what he was kind of gearing up to do there. But maybe not. Sometimes he doesn't. So not quite halfway there yet. Oh, did I pause that? I'm not sure if I did. Hang on. Okay, there we go. I paused my own dashboard. That's not helpful, Denise. That's not helpful at all. Alright. So this kind of looks like it comes down about halfway. Those just joining, I use acrylic yarn. I have a little bit of roving, but generally roving and my budget don't get along. Roving is very expensive and hard on my budget. But the acrylic yarn, I can get a lot more mileage for the price of a skein. And sorry, I thought there was something on the edge of my knife or scissors. There's not. We're good. I was just seeing things. But yeah, the acrylic yarn, I can get a lot more colors and I can get a lot more of it for the price. Like if I catch a good yarn sale, I could get 2 big balls of yarn for like a fraction of what I would get for roving in one color. That's fine. I'll do the acrylic yarn and I will fluff it myself. I will take it out of its plied state and put it back into its fluff state. That's okay. Like, I've gotten some, like, I got a bag of, like, 50, maybe 100 little tiny floss bags of roving from Amazon. It's just sort of like a sample kit to see if this was something I wanted to do before I started plunging a ton of money into it. But you don't get a whole lot, so I wasn't going to be able to really get very far doing 8x10 sized pictures at that time with that amount. And that's about halfway probably. And then I was like, oh, I can't reorder any of these colors because it's kind of assorted. What you get is what you get. So if I run out of something, that's a problem. A big problem. So, alright, I think I'm just gonna go hunter green on this next bit here. So, yeah. Now, those small guys are probably enough to do, like, these little ones. But, like, I was getting several poofs of similar colors. I have used a little bit of it in the 8x10 ones that we've done over the years. This is Hunter Green from Big Twist Value. But I have run out of a couple of them. Alright, so we need to kind of figure out how we're gonna... Well, how far over are we? We can kind of see... It didn't come up very tall there. I will say, working tiny on these guys, not as easy as it looks. I would much rather work big. Much rather. Working on the larger size ones was a lot easier. I mean, these ones go faster, but my fingers don't really appreciate trying to be manipulated into or trying to manipulate working this small. I kind of have fumble fingers a lot, so it's not quite all that easy. If you've got like nimble fingers, then hey, my hat's off to you. If you regularly work on guys this small. So for those that are just joining, we're working on a 3" by 3" area. So it's pretty small. Like, this is my palm, and you know. I don't really have anything for good size. Give me a comparison in front of me at the moment. How tall do these guys go? Kind of hard to tell. But these guys are so far back, we don't need a whole lot of detail on this guy. It's just a little tiny piece, so might as well add that to our bottom there. Okay. Grab a little bit more fluff here because we did not grab enough. Okay, that again is just a little bit of water. All right. So, don't forget to follow the Blue Sky account or the YouTube channel. I am posting pictures, updating the tissue paper project in those places. I did get some recorded last week. I haven't posted those videos yet. I was gonna try to do it as all one video maybe, but we'll see. I got the bigger cup so I wouldn't spill it. Joke's on me. We're just kind of popping in our trees here. And he's kind of got them gradually getting taller as we move along. And we've followed along with Bob doing paint in the past. Those are archived on the channel, the YouTube channel as well. And I still think it's a lot easier to follow his stuff when you can work a little bit bigger. because trying to scale his stuff down tiny, not the easiest thing in the world. Because we were doing 4 inches. We were doing his paintings on like 4-inch wood circles, so that was a bit of a challenge. Especially considering I don't normally do oil paint. And I'm definitely out of my element with the oil paint. I've done a couple ones on my own, just kind of looking at a reference picture. Still kind of trying to paint in his style. A couple of them came out better than others, definitely. Got a little tiny break in the tree there, and I don't know if I like that. I might fix that. Oh, hey, look at that. A little tiny piece broke off of our bigger fluff snake. That is just the size to fix it. There we go. Alrighty. Now you don't have to brush the back down. I just do because I find it helps it lay a little bit flatter. That is 100% a me thing. It's not like some written rule somewhere or anything. This guy. Ah, I've got another break there. I might have to add in a bit more fluff, just because I know me and it'll bug me. I didn't see how far up these trees are supposed to go, but it is our creation. We're just kind of having Bob gently guide us on our journey. If you will. So we will just kind of meander along. See where this journey is going to take us. Whoop. Okay, so I just kind of want to just kind of fill that gap in there just a little bit. I'm gonna try to make sure that I'm still varying the height on my trees here. And I'm not looking for like real well-defined trees here. I'm just kind of putting them into the universe with their little smudginess and a suggestion of a tree. Now he does not bring them all the way over to the very far edge. And I think I remember seeing like one of his pine trees put in there. The pine trees are very hard for me to make look right this size. So I might do a slightly modified, different looking tree in that spot. Potentially. Or I might just take this whole grove of trees, stand of trees, over to the very edge there. That is also very much a possibility. Filling in another gap, because as I go, you know, the layers of fiber pull this way and pull that way, and sometimes you'll get some little gaps from the fiber shift in one way or another. At least with the acrylic yarn, I have that happen sometimes. It's not a big deal to fix it. You just kind of grab some more fluff and fill the gap, basically. Alright, so I do want to fill... I guess we'll take all of it. Do want to fill this little bit of a gap here. Alright. That little bit of fluff certainly turned into quite a large guy here, didn't it? So again, you want to be really careful with these needles if you're new to needle felting. They're very sharp. And they have little notches cut into them that grab the fiber. It's not like a sewing needle where it's smooth along the edges. They do have super tiny little, see if I can get the light to pick it up. Kind of, but not really. Sometimes I can get the light to shine on it, just so. Can kind of see like little weirdnesses there along the edge of the needle, like little light spots. That's the notches. And those grab your little fiber friends here in order to shove it down into the different layers. Kind of missed where I was supposed to position that one. Oops. Oh well. It happens. Okay. So, pop that guy up. Alright, now I need to get a little bit to fix whatever it is I did there. And see what we can do there. It's starting to come along a little bit. Again, I don't know if I'm going to have time to finish this guy. It kind of depends on how wild and crazy Bob gets. We're probably at the halfway point of the tutorial. roughly. I'll fix that in a minute. I want to get my last tree guy kind of popped into here. These are finger coats, finger protectors. They're kind of like faux leather little sleeves that kind of slip on your finger and your thumb. I highly recommend them if you're doing critters. Because these needles are sharp. I have managed somehow several times to get myself through these things, but it was more like when you're sewing and you miss and you stab your finger and you just like a little tiny drop of blood. So it did keep any injury from being too severe. A little bit of water. That's like a drop off the end of my finger. Nothing crazy. Like, you don't want these super saturated. It doesn't need to be. And we're not doing wet felting. We are doing dry needle felting, so wet needle felting is a whole nother animal. And that is not what we got going on here. Now, if I'd made my trees a little bit thicker, probably wouldn't have to come back and kind of fill in any thin spots. But they happened, so we're filling them in. It's not a big deal. Just grab some more fluff and fill it in. Put over top. Pretty forgiving that way. Or we can just add some more fluff and stuff on top of it. Alright, I'm going to add a little bit more to that gap there. Just because I know me and the gap would bug me. If the gap doesn't bother you... Oh, it fell off my finger. It's just water. It'll dry. No harm, no foul. If that happens. We'll just have like a slightly darker spot there until it dries. And these are just the snips that came in the toolkit I got. I don't know their proper name or anything. And I'm using a small sized needle. I've tried the multi-needle handles and I don't like them. They're a little heavy to me. I just, rather use the single. I know it'll take a little bit longer, but it's what feels better in my hand and to my arm and all that, so. Alright, Bob. What do we have next for us? Okay. See, even Bob says, just do it. Alright. So he's mixing some color. Uh-oh. He's talking about bravery test and big trees. Oh no. Bob? Bob? Bob, what are you doing? Oh no. Bob, we're gonna cover up all them little guys. Bob. Bob. I don't want to cover up all my little guys. We worked hard on those. I mean, we worked very hard on those. He always says if we don't want the big tree, we don't have to have the big tree. I don't know if I want the big tree. Like, we just did all that hard work. And now he's gonna give him a friend, so he kind of hides those. They're like just barely peeking out in the background. Yeah, that would be cut off from our frame anyway. I would have to like move it like way over here to get both of them in and not be cut off. So it's not me being lazy, I think it would be overpowering for our small guy here. We'll think about it. What's he doing? Okay, so he's putting the trunk in. I don't know that I can get away with that. So he's making a dark green. A dark light green. A light dark green? He's highlighting them, basically. Now the other guys are kind of still peeking out. It's just how I would have to structure that. I don't know that that's gonna work. Because the tree that's in front here is gonna kind of just melt into the background on these. And I really like the way those look. Alright, so he's just going crazy here. He's mixing some kind of like gray blue color. I think he realized he didn't put his stream in. So he's kind of putting the stream in, and then he's adding land coming down from there. All right. So I tell you what we're gonna do. All right, he's kind of adding some land there. And then that kind of blocks where it bends a little bit, like from view, not like stops the water flowing, but he's gonna kind of bring that watercolor back into there. Okay, so okay, I kind of see why he has the tree there now. I'm still not happy about it. Alright, I'm gonna pause him right there. So I might have to do something there just to kind of make it work. So I'm gonna grab a little bit more of our forest green here. Because I need to give us a bit more land to kind of work with here. Now I'm gonna have to put our water in here. Right? So I need to grab our watercolor. And I have one specific shade that I like to use for water. And I'm gonna be real bummed if Joann's actually closes entirely and I'm not gonna be able to get this color anymore. I'm gonna have to find a new shade. Well, actually, I was gonna have to find a new shade anyway, because I'm not a fan of ordering stuff from Joann's. I've ordered from them twice now, and both times I had issues with their ordering process and their delivery process, where they processed half my order, and then it was like 3 weeks before they processed the rest of it, and I'm like, excuse me, you processed half of it, shipped half of it, where's the rest of my yarn? Am I getting it? It wasn't on back order. They just didn't send it. And I'm like, hey. Alright, let me get my watercolor. Actually need to fluff more of this color soon, probably. Alright, so this is denim blue. I'll just have to find another color. I haven't ordered yarn from Michaels yet. I ordered some canvas from them when they had a 70% off sale. And I got a good number of small canvases for the price. That made me happy. So I might see about maybe ordering yarn from them. See how I feel about their house label. The next time I need yarn. I'm not going to need yarn for a while, though. Alright. Now, you don't have to make these little fluffy snakes. I do. They make my brain happy. I find them easier to work with. You don't want to? You don't have to. That is entirely up to you. Okay. So I'm going to turn this guy just so I can see where my water is going to go. I don't know why I like using this particular shade for water so much, but it just kind of feels like a water shade. It's a little dirty, it's a little it's a little variegated. It's not a variegated yarn, don't get me wrong. It's not a variegated yarn. But it's just, it's a little dark. It's not like a real bright brilliant blue. It's a little murky. I like it for water. Just has a good water feel to it for bob stuff at the very least. Alright, now I'm not putting a whole lot of pressure on that little bit of fluff there. My finger's just kind of resting on it, just to try to keep my needle from grabbing more yarn than I really want it to. It'll just grab everything up in a heartbeat. Now Bob's water is a bit more gray in his. And ours is definitely a bit more blue. But again, use what shades you got. Use what you feel comfortable with. I've definitely had to change up colors to something entirely different at times. All right. Gently peel this up. Make sure that you're lifting up off of your mat fairly often. So you don't want to become so attached to your mat that it does not want to come off. I've made that mistake in the past where I didn't know I was supposed to periodically lift up. And when I went to pull it off the mat, it kind of messed the mat up because I had to use so much force to remove it. And then I found out that, oh, I was supposed to do it this way. Oops, doodles. My bad. Nobody really explained that. I never really saw anybody else do that. Maybe they're using a different mat. Maybe they're using like the harder foam where it didn't really embed itself. But with these like felt and wool mats, definitely need to do that every so often. And you want to do it gently. You don't want to go all Hulk smash and like rip it off of there. So how far do we want to bring this guy? Now the good thing about me putting this particular shade of brown down here before we got started working on it is that now it kind of looks like some dirt through the grass parts where there's a couple of thinner spots, and it kind of looks like, you know, maybe some mud along the riverbank. So there was two kind of schools of thought as I was putting that in. I know it seemed silly when we were just gonna cover it up with other stuff, but sometimes taking that few extra moments to do a little something extra can actually work out and help you a lot more in the end. All right. So turn this guy right side up now. And so I kind of have to figure out how far I want to bring this. So if we bring this around to here, I think I need to add just a little bit more. Just to kind of help that angle there a little bit. Okay. Now he's got a little bit more real estate, I think, than we do. Because, oh yeah, he definitely does. All right. We'll have this guy kind of fit in there. I'm gonna add just a little bit more in there too. So we're gonna have our land come like about to here. And then we kind of have to, maybe from the corner to like here, I might end up cutting the river off a little bit. Like covering it up a little bit higher up. Have to see how that land kind of settles in there. I'll figure out the tree situation once I see what kind of ground I've got. We might not do the same shape tree that he did, but we still might do something. Even though it pains me after those trees looked so good. We'll have to see here. I did not pull my brown out. But like I said, I don't know if we're going to have time to finish this guy. We might have to go a few minutes later today. So I just wanted to darken that a little. Just to give it a little bit more color to it, because it was kind of, see, when you don't hold on to it, it just, the needle just sucks it all up like a vacuum. I just wanted a little bit thicker up there. Not too thick. It was kind of going off into who knows where. I didn't pull out the glue gun either. Alright, that's alright. I wasn't sure if I was going to need it. Okay. Let me peel that up. Right. And we're not done with our watercolor, but let me grab our grassy shore color here. Like, why am I not getting a drink? Particular cup. The lid keeps sliding shut on me. So he's kind of got like some dips and shadows already popped into there. I think we might, I don't know how we're gonna do that. We might not. Alright, you know what? I just kind of want a smaller piece here just to kind of figure this out. Alright, so if we kind of maybe pop you into there. Maybe. So if I kind of take you to about there. I'm just kind of trying to figure out placement here. So I'm not really looking for a perfect fill here. I kind of brought that up a little bit higher than I think I really... No, that's okay. I was gonna say, it might be a little too high. Uh-oh, Zuzu's here. Oh no, Oodles of Zoodles is here. It's patrol o'clock. Almost to the dot, as yesterday. That boy's got an internal clock. It's usually running a little early, but not today. Alright. Let's see here. The other side kind of runs from here. I can get it popped into there. Again, I'm not looking for a perfect fill in here. I'm just kind of trying to figure out placement. How far over are we coming with this? We actually come fairly far. Like, he doesn't give a whole lot of room for this bend here. Alright, so if we put that there, and then it just kind of like sticks out, and he kind of, it's just kind of like a little wedge. So, actually this might need to, does that need to come down a little bit further, I wonder? Because he kind of doesn't have a whole lot of water on this side. Alright, maybe to... Well, technically he didn't put anything in there yet. I stopped him. So I don't know what's gonna hang out over there. Probably another big ash tree. Alright, so if we say that comes out to about there... And we'll just kind of get this worked into here. These smaller ones, I feel like I can pare down my color palette selections a little bit more. If only because, like, we don't have that much real estate to work with, so it's kind of harder to get too detailed, I guess. All right. So A little bit of water. Keeps dripping off my finger. Okay, so this guy. Get kind of slid into here. And then I need to turn you. Just a little bit. So your needles are pretty delicate and they're pretty thin. They're not as stiff as like a regular sewing needle. There's a little bit of flex to them. So you do have to be a little gentle with them. So if you're trying to stab into a section and it feels really hard and your needle is like not wanting to go in there, don't like force it, just move slightly to the side of it and try to stab there, because maybe there's just a hard nugget of fluff in there or something, whatever it's hitting. Maybe the fiber's too compacted there. It doesn't want to go in there. So just try to move to the side of it and be gentle in that area. Slow down, because if you just try to like sewing machine hammer through there, you're gonna snap it. And these guys can get some air when they snap. Sometimes they'll stay in your project. Other times, depending on how you snap it, I've had them fly like 10 feet away. So you want to be a little bit careful. I think I might just cover the whole bottom with our watercolor until I figure out what's happening over here. Might be a little bit easier. It's a little bit easier to lay the land on top of the water too, I have found. I don't know if I was supposed to grab Snuffles or not. He didn't say anything. But considering I don't know if I'm running behind or not today, probably should have started a few minutes earlier, but I've had the sleepies today, the sleepy slows today. I'm tired and want to take a naps today, but I'm not really a nappy person. So if I did manage to take a nap, I'd probably wake up with a worse headache and be all sort of screwed over for when I try to go to bed tonight. Okay. So like I still need to finish filling in my little bit of landmass here. And this actually should probably come out a little bit further. I don't know if I can make that happen though. Might be easier to extend that side out a little bit further. I've got quite a bit of fluff stacking up in this section. For some reason, this section's getting a little fussy about being stabbed into. I don't think it's the mat. I mean, that doesn't look half bad from the back either. Can kind of see our shape form in here, our picture. Alright, so actually, I'm gonna flip him this way. So I can get this along the edge here. Okay. Like I said, I'm going to continue the water all the way across. I think there's something else that's going to sit here on this side to kind of push the water back that way, but I'm not 100% certain on that. How much time does he have? Alright, so he's at the 20 of 25 minute mark. So we'll see. I might put maybe some tiny shrubs in there. I don't know if I really want... Like, it's killing me to cover those trees. It really is. Maybe I'll do a smaller tree. Those trees looked so good. I'm proud of those trees. I just don't want to cover them up. Alright. Crazy Bob. I'm not that brave today. We'll do something different. Alright. Plus it's gonna be hard to shade that at this size and have it look right. Yeah, you're chickening out? Kinda. Kinda. I don't want to. I don't want to cover those trees. I'd rather do a small shrub or something. For sure. Then destroy that. That's not enough. Alright. Just gonna get a little bit more fluff here. as we get this worked into here. Alrighty. So he kind of has like the water kind of like coming around here. So I feel like we're gonna have a little bit more ground on this side. Maybe. But he's got like 4 minutes and change left. And he still has to sign it. I'm just not sure how we're filling that in yet. All right. Just have a little bit more water to go here. And we'll get all of this. Add a few more holes to the tape on the sides too while we're at it. As long as I'm not felting through the tape, we're good. Like, I don't want to felt the fluff on top of the tape. But, you know, an accidental poke through here and there where we don't have fluff sitting on top of the tape, we're fine. It's fine. Okay. So come back to, I'm going to put the blue back in its bag. At least for right now. All right. And we'll get our green kind of figured out here. Or we're gonna try to get the green figured out. As best as we can. All right, next bit of fluff. All right. I pulled some of that fluff out. Didn't really seem to want to fully cut there. That section didn't want to let go there. I'm just kind of trying to fill in my thin spots here. Now this is the first one I've done without doing the extra room on the sides for the frame, essentially. So we'll see how this one works out. Still not really sure about what I want to put here. I mean, I kind of don't really want to put anything there, but I probably need to put something. I mean, maybe I can do... Yeah, I could do like a larger tree in there, maybe. Maybe we could do 2 larger trees in that section. Alright. Well, we need to finish filling in our island over here. Not really an island. You know, our little finger here. Little finger of real estate. It's starting to come together pretty good. For the most part. Felt a bit more triangular in his piece, but you know what? It's okay. All okay. You guys alright? I thought you got lost.
Yeah, he insists on flopping it.
Snuffles was waiting for y'all.
Not even a thank you, you little bugger? Not even a thank you?
No, you are his servant. Thought you realized this. I did not take her. Okay, I'm just letting you know.
I'm well aware. Alright, Snuffles. Come on. I don't take you. Do you want to go outside?
Snuffles, you were all upset that they left without you. Come on, Snuffles, let's go pee.
Come on, Snuffles. Oh, go see the kitties.
Oh, they're both there?
Yeah.
Should have known. Mimi always comes out to see her doggos. I should have known. Okay, so that's not so bad right there. Like, it's definitely transforming. Alright. So, what else do you have in store for this one, Bob, that I still need to figure out? Oh no, he's doing more trees. Oh no. Okay, where are you going to put these trees, Bob? That's something we need to know. It's actually going to live on that island there? That little finger? It is. Kind of. Nope. Yes. No. It is now. He is rushing so hard. You can see him keep looking over at the clock. What's he at? He's at 21. Okay, so quick, Bob, you're running out of time. You're running out of time. You're running out of time. They made him a pocket squirrel. Out of foam core. Hurry, Bob, hurry. You're about to hit 22 minutes, Bob. Alright, he's gonna hit the back tree. So it kind of blocks the direction that the river is going in. And, uh-oh, what are you doing? No, 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 we don't have time to mix another color. You don't have time for another color, Bob. What are we doing? What are we doing? Bob, we don't have time for this. You're at 22 minutes, Bob. What are we doing? Oh, he's gonna put some kind of shoreline on there. Bob, I think I would have just rather had some more grass, to be perfectly honest. Bob, Bob, you have 2 minutes, Bob. Oh, is he doing stones? Yeah, he's doing stones. He was putting in some stonies. So you're just gonna leave that? No, he does add more grass in there. Okay. And that kind of covers that corner there. Okay. Alright, and then he's gonna have to quick sign it. Bob! Bob, you have 1 minute left, Bob! Bob! Hurry, Bob, hurry! Oh, did bring that tree all the way down. He decided to. I don't know if I'm gonna put the stones in. That might be overkill. Alright, and then he's gonna sign it. Alright, I'm gonna pause it there because it's gonna be easier. Because a lot of times they're throwing up stuff blocking the view of the finished piece, so... Alright. So... That kind of sticks out there. It almost feels like this needs to come down a little bit more, doesn't it? Or do we just need to kind of... I think for this, I'm going to bring this way. Now, it's not going to look the same as Bob's, so... I'm never really trying to do a complete carbon copy. I'm just kind of trying to get close. Now, granted, working this small, trying to get close doesn't really happen. Oh, doggy, you are stonky. You are stonky. I don't know why you're suddenly so stonky. Ooh. If it's feeling better, it would be bath time. Won't have time tomorrow morning to do doggy bath time. Because my mom wants to go get her hair cut. I think I might have the husband cut my hair this weekend. It's starting to bother me a great deal. It's not super long. I can't do super long on it anymore, but it's starting to just gather and lay on the base of my neck, and it's kind of annoying me. It's to the point where I could put it in a tiny ponytail, or most of it in a tiny ponytail, but then my hair pulling on the back of my head in the tiny ponytail starts to become a problem. Like, I was trying to put my hair up in a clip earlier, and that was starting to bother me a little bit. So I kind of had to take that down. But it's still kind of bugging me with how it's touching. Okay, what time is it? 1:30. Sorry, I had to try to put my clip back in because it's definitely annoying me. So we'll get this kind of smashed into here. Delicately smashed into here. Actually, I like the way our river is kind of setting up here. kind of feeling that a bit. All right. So, carefully pop that guy up. And that is not as attached as I would like him to be. It looked a little loose there when I popped that up off the mat. That's fine. If you want it to be a little more stabbed in, go ahead and stab more in. Not a big deal. Alright, so we need to, at the very least, add 2 more of our trees to this side. I'm really hesitant to add anything to this other side here. I know he's got it, but I really like our group of trees back there. Alright, so we've got one tree that kind of is going to sit here at the bottom. Uh-oh. Who's being bad?
People trying to get to me.
Yeah, Peebut's been trying to chew wires on the husband's desk recently. That's not cool. He's not really a wire chewer, so I don't know why he's suddenly deciding that's the thing to do now. He never really was a wire chewer. He was more of a stare at the wall and meow at it and then try to jump up it. Okay. Oh. My knees are just aching today. Probably from the temperature change again. So let me just readjust once again how I'm sitting. All right. Tiniest little nugget of tape trying to get trapped in our fluff. Oh, did it? No, that's just some fiber. Alright, so I've got this big guy on this side, and I guess that kind of helps balance him out a bit. Are we gonna see any of him? A little bit of him. A little tiny bit will be peeking out. Alright, so how far back is that other tree? Okay. The other tree's back a little bit further. Alright. Not the best shaped tree here, but this guy's gonna kind of hang out here. How high does he go again? Okay. So, like, no higher than that. And that might actually be a little tall. So now I'm just gonna kind of work on jabbing this guy all into place. There's that guy. And this one, I kind of feel like I need to maybe fill you out a little bit more. I feel like you aren't quite as robust as you could be. Okay, now he actually didn't really put any waterline in on this. This one feels a little subdued, a little simplified, and that's okay. Sometimes there is something lovely about a simple piece. Though it really wasn't that simple for us, but you know what? No, not this color. Not this color. We've used that color enough. Let's go back to our lime color here. Alright, so wispy bits. Just some wispy bits. Okay. I'm just gonna do some lighter green streakies into this guy. I might have to do it a couple of times. Depending on how much of it just kind of melts in. Like, I don't want the whole thing to be taken over with this color. I just kind of wanted just a slight suggestion of it. Obviously not what's happened, but okay. So I'm gonna take my little wispy guys again, and I'm gonna try to get that little tiny piece of tape out of the way that so desperately wants to become part of this. Okay, just kind of putting a little bit, or I'm trying to put a little bit of highlight on this front tree here. As best as I can. It's a little tricky. It's a little tricky at times. Like, I don't want to go too crazy with it. But that's not so bad. Does feel a little empty compared to Bob's over there, but at the same time, I really didn't want to put another tree there. I mean, maybe I could do... I don't, would it be weird if I did some little tiny dots for flowers? That might look strange and I might hate it. I think we're going to leave it alone. Because, I mean, it might look weird if I try to do that. I mean, Bob's never really gone the flower route, so might be strange. Yeah, it doesn't mean that we can't, but I think I'd rather just have the green of the grass there, to be perfectly honest. Okay. So there's that guy. I'm gonna move my mat. I need to get my toolkit. Okay. Alright, so I need our brown paint. Nope, that's raw umber. No, where did you go? At you? Dark chocolate. Oh, that container of paint's pretty heavy. Alright. I need... Nope, not that one. This paint lid. Oh, I never put those away last week. Shit. Okay, well at least I found them by accident. Okay. So. Oh, right. Hang on. Forgot I needed my micron. Or a micron. Okay. So. This. And we're gonna assign, since this guy is so tiny, I've been signing the magnet backings. Because it's just been easier that way. Alright, so this is gonna be the side that I glue onto, I think. Alright, put that back in its bag so it glues out. Okay, I have to rearrange a couple of things here. Damn it, the glue's in the other room. Can you do me a huge favor?
What's up?
Could you go into the other room and grab me the tacky glue bottle and the cup that has dried glue residue in it? Thank you. We need the hot glue gun and some glue sticks. I have to see how many more glue sticks I have. I mean, we don't burn through a lot of it when we're doing this, but thank you. Eventually I'm gonna need more. Alrighty, let's get our paint shook up here. You know what? I was just using the paint lid, but I don't really think I need to paint that side. Actually, I had been painting just a little bit. Now, I was originally gessoing these, and you can if you want, but I've found that with this particular paint on this particular wood, It hasn't really been necessary. It's not super, super thirsty wood. You can still see the color on it. Oh, that is super zoomed in there, huh? It's like it's not like taking 45 coats to even see the color that it's supposed to be. So I'm okay with the not gessoing. Anything to kind of cut the costs down on these. Because, I mean, it wasn't really necessary. And if anything, it made me feel like I had to do more coats of the paint than I really necessarily needed to try to cover the gesso. Without the gesso on here, it feels a little bit more like stain. This is not stain, it is paint. But just the way it's going on, and I kind of want to see what little green we can of the wood shining through it. Like, I like the non-gessoed paint job a bit better. Okay. We will get this painted up here. I'm only doing the edge in the rare chance that any of the edge is visible. It shouldn't be. Once we get our piece cut down to fit in, this part really shouldn't matter, but just in case I foobar in my cutting. Alright, so we're gonna get our back painted up here. I honestly couldn't remember if I signed it and then painted it last time, or if I painted it and then signed it. I could not remember, but this isn't so dark that the signature wouldn't be visible. So I think we're gonna be just fine here. Or at least it feels like we'll be just fine. Alright, we got the hot glue gun heating up. Because the tacky glue just isn't quite enough to get the job done. Like, it's almost, but just not quite there. Alright, so just kind of working on getting our wood covered here. Because, I mean, if we're going to bother to paint the frame itself, we should probably just go ahead and full on paint the back of this too while we're at it. So you can kind of see that wood grain popping through. Sorry. Spotify suggested me a song and I have no idea why. It seemed a little out of place for that playlist. Okay, so that's just gonna kind of chill out there, and now we have to get our frame pieces here. Now we don't have to paint these in their entirety. Because I mostly just need the straight section. So we can leave ourselves a non-paint covered handle. And these guys don't take very long to dry. Now, when I did do the gesso, I had to do like 2 coats on these. Oh my god. That was awfully squealy. I think it was a trash truck. A little early for school bus. School bus doesn't come by till 3:30. I was never a school bus kid. I was either a parental pickup or a babysitter pickup. So I was never a quote unquote latchkey kid. My parents were either both working all of the time and couldn't leave work to come pick me up, or the rare occasion that they did, it was their lunch hour, and it was usually my dad. When that happened, the few times it did, because he was a manager at the store he worked at, and he could get away with getting back a couple minutes late. But that was pretty few and far between. So these guys I do need to make sure I get the edges on. So usually it was my babysitter, she had several kids. See, I think it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It was 8 to 10 kids. It kind of depended. She had a station wagon, and sometimes she would have the seat available for the kids in the backpack, the smaller kids, to be seat belted in. Other times she had too many kids that she couldn't cram into the seatbelt seats and had to have it in its storage mode, or not storage mode, but like extra stuff mode, where it was just a flat bed, I guess, and then she would just like cram them in there, and she'd be like, don't be jumping around, you just sit still, we have to go like 5 blocks to her house. But she had to cross a busy intersection, which always made her nervous with all of us in the car. Gosh, I think I had to go to her place. I was still going to her place partway through 7th grade. Because my parents were like, nope, we live too far from the school. You're not walking. And they're like, we're not paying for the bus. I think they just didn't think I could handle being in the house alone. But like I said, my mom was extremely overprotective to the point where it was like suffocating. Alright. So we'll get this side. Gotta get your edges here. It'll be easier to do it now. I mean, I'll still have to probably do a quick touch up on the back edge after we get it attached. But at least for the most part, we are intact. And that wasn't like just during the school year that I had to go to the babysitters either. it was also during the summer. Now, the summer she didn't have as many kids. I don't know if they went to like summer camp or they just had other people that could watch them, or I don't know, maybe they were just more comfortable with the kids being home all day. But some days it was just me. And then I found out that the babysitter's feelings got really hurt when my mom just pulled me out. She's like, "You didn't even come to say goodbye." I'm like, "I wasn't given the option." Like, my mom just said, "You don't have to go anymore." Like, it wasn't like I knew ahead of time. It was just the next day, "Oh yeah, no." I was like, "Okay." So then I was made to feel super guilty about it, and I'm like, "What?" Nobody gave me any kind of notice that this was like my last day or my last week going here. It just happened. But I had known my babysitter since I was in preschool. So that might have been more on my mom, I guess. But I was getting more and more embarrassed when people were like, "Oh, you want to do something after school?" I'm like, "I can't. I have to go to the babysitter's." Like, "Oh, you still go to a babysitter?" It's like, yeah, my parents won't let me not. And then even in high school, we moved closer, a lot closer to where the high school was. And the house was within like 4 blocks of the high school. I'm like, "I can walk home now." They're like, "No, you're not. We're picking you up." I'm like, "What?" It's like, "Your book bag's too heavy. You're getting picked up." I'm like, "It's 4 blocks. I've been carrying this all day. I can carry it 4 blocks." But like, my mom took every opportunity to tell me that somebody was probably going to steal me. Like, for fuck's sake. Alright. So what time are we at? We're just at 2. We're almost done our frames. Now, I was originally like, "Oh, I can just use 4 of these for my frame," but then I realized that the original way I was thinking I could do the frame wasn't quite gonna work out. So now I kind of need to do 8. If I got these painted a little bit further along and my cutting was a little bit more precise, I might be able to get 2 pieces for the frame out of 1 piece, but I'm not so sure that that's gonna quite work. Though I don't think these were super expensive. But still, it goes into the cost of making the product. All right. We're almost there. So I'm just using the same container lid over and over to paint these on top of, and when I guess it gets a little too cruddy or built up or whatever, I'll just come back and scrub it down, I suppose. Alright, let me rinse that. Remember, there's still a little bit of paint on there. Okay, now a bit more of a point on this guy. Okay. We're going to come back over to this guy. And if I can get the paint off my hands. Okay. I'm gonna peel off our tape bits here. Carefully. Gently. Okay. So much loud traffic today. There's like dump trucks and junk going by. Alright, so I can still kind of see the pen lines here. I think I might need those. How many scissors? I can find them. Alright. Okay, so this guy's dry. Alright, so we're gonna lose a little bit on the sides here. Not a terrible amount, though. can't really like shuffle it forward very well, the scissors, because it's getting caught in the fuzz. Okay. All right. And let's trim this guy. All right. So that might just fit on here, or it might be a little big still. But we'll see how it goes once we get the edges done. So now I'm gonna come back in with these flat guys. And I'm just gonna trim down the back here, just so it's not quite as largely fluffy. Because it is a little thick. And I don't need it to be quite that thick on the back. I'm just gonna kind of like Pac-Man my way along here. Water, 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 water. Like I don't want to cut the base of the felt. I just kind of want to give him a little bit of a haircut. And that way also it's less loose, not really loose, but less fuzzy. So that way we get better contact with the glue. On the backing. So let's see, get some of this trimmed up into here. Well, not completely, so that I'm not going to need to trim that down a little bit further at the top at least. Okay, that might be thin enough. Okay. Gather up all my fuzz. I usually trim it over like a tissue or paper towel or something, just so I can keep track of it all. Okay. I almost got my... does have my ruler. I don't know. I guess I don't really necessarily need a ruler. I just need like a straight edge. Just kind of need some sort. I mean, this guy's got a ruler guy attached to him. Oh, wait. That's better. Okay. So. Not sure if that one's quite dry. Alrighty. Oh no. Even doing it like from the edge to edge, it's still not quite enough room here. So, oh, right, I have to do these sides first. Okay. Like, I don't necessarily have to... I think I was using that so that I could try to get a somewhat straight edge here. Okay. Let's see. What do I want to cut this on? Don't really have anything. Okay. So I'm pulling out the X-Acto knife today. Because I was trying to just kind of score that, hoping that I could get a straighter cut. Without snapping it too badly or splintering it like we just did there. Okay. So that's pretty good there, I guess. Oh, I forgot it has to be a little bit longer. shit. Alright, well, I can use that for a side piece then. Damn. Alright. I forgot that I am gluing to the outer edge. To make this. So it kind of needs to be like yay long there. Can't see, my hand's in the way. Okay, so how long is that roughly? Well, it's on the 3-inch line. Alright. So that there and that there. Okay. Where did I pick up white paint? It's gotta be old gesso. Alright. I'm gonna try my hardest to get that cut straight. So I whipped out, whipped out the X-Acto knife this time because last time we were a little crooked. Okay. I really didn't want to cut the desk. That was not in my plans for the day. So this one is just not being cooperative at all. So for future reference, these things don't cut the wood for shit. Okay. This one keeps wanting to split. Like what we just had happen there. Okay. So that happened. I think we can still work with that though. Those are our long sides. Okay. So now you're gonna go there. And put you there. Where's my... This one's... Right. It's supposed to be on this side. Doesn't seem like. These guys are gonna be quite long enough. I probably had to go just a smidge over. Alright, well, I'll tell you what. We will measure that up. And we'll get that. Oh, right. This one's won't cut it. See if it's a little bit easier to get it snipped straight, although that wasn't very straight. Because the ones I was cutting last time were pretty crooked. Oh. Well, that just went flying somewhere. Alright, so are these exactly all the same size? All but one of you. Wow. How did I do that? Magic. Alright. Pop out the handy dandy tacky glue. So we're not going to just use tacky glue on this. We're also going to use our glue gun but I need a little bit of tacky glue here. These aren't... Well, this isn't the glue brush that I was using previously. I put out way too much tacky glue. Am I sitting on top or am I sitting on the edge? I don't remember. I think I went on the edge. Or did I? No. No, I definitely did the... did the edge. So we're gonna do the nice, safe, cold tacky glue. On our edge here. Just gonna wipe off my edge. Alright, I'm gonna get the glue out of my brush, because this isn't one of my designated glue brushes. Okay. So I'm going to grab this guy. I'm gonna grab a scrap piece. And I'm going to use that to kind of make sure that we are where we need to be. As best as we can. I'm just going to run a bead of the hot glue along my edge here. Now, that's going to be like the ugly side. Right? Because these guys are gonna hang out in here. That did not get a proper hold, which I didn't think it really had. We're gonna try again. I probably hadn't held the tacky glue long enough. Nope, that's not what I wanted you to do. That's... Okay, like it wants to hold. It did seep through the edge there a bit. Okay, so it's kind of weeble wobble there. So we will touch up the back of this. Once we get everybody sorted here. Okay. So I know we haven't placed our piece yet, but that is on purpose. Because it's going to be easier to figure out how much more I need to trim off doing it this way. Now I would just do the tacky glue, but I feel like it's not quite enough. So that's supposed to be that side. Okay. All right. So, I mean, I probably just didn't hold that other side quite long enough. Gotta make sure I don't, like, tilt it too much either. A whole bunch of, like, little bits of tacky glue here. So this isn't my actual desk surface. This is just some contact paper. I'm sure I've nicked it, though, in spots. But that's all right. That's not a huge deal. As long as the majority of it is covered. Just to keep it from getting a little too messed up. So I tend to go with the tacky glue because I tend to get it all over myself. And I have it. And it's not as scary as super glue or as dangerous. Trust me, I wouldn't use the hot glue gun if I didn't have to. But I also know that I am better off not using strictly the hot glue. And for some reason, this particular set of hot glue sticks, I have not been impressed with. They have not been holding very well. I don't know why. They are dual temp sticks. And this is a dual temp gun. Though I just realized it was on low temp. That's not going to help my cause at all. Okay, so that side did get cut a little bit short. But we're not going to fret about it just yet. Because I think I can fix that still. And the tacky glue doesn't usually take like that long to dry either. At least to grip. Like it's gonna take a little bit to dry, especially once we insert our artwork here. But I think the combo of tacky glue down first and then hot glue coming in second seems to do the trick, as the other two that we've made are still holding up fairly well. Okay, so need to get my final side slipped into place here. Okay, so two corners got a little janky. That might not be too much of a problem once I get the other sides on. Alright, that needs a little bit of press time. So needless to say, we're gonna go a few minutes late today. It happens. Okay. So I'm gonna try to get that kind of filled in a little bit carefully. I don't have any like wood filler or anything. So we're gonna try to make this our wood filler here. Need another glue stick though. Well, I guess not yet. That did not get into the corners like I needed it to. Okay. Now the inside doesn't have to be quite so pretty. So just kind of using that to try to fill in the corner a bit. Sometimes it kind of works, sometimes it kind of doesn't. That was still kind of hot. Glue strings, ick. Okay, that kind of filled in that gap. Okay. Can I stick this in yet? Still a little floppy. I don't know if I'm actually gonna need it. Okay. Now, we're gonna let that kind of cool for just a moment. And firm up. And while that is doing that, I am going to come back and start trying to touch up our corners here. Wherever necessary. And right here, that was still a gap that we needed to fill in. Okay, now let's take a look at our bottom bits here. Kind of touching up any place that looks like it's gonna need it. Now, if the corner doesn't look like it filled in enough, I'll grab a little bit more glue and see about using that as our corner filler. I still have no idea what dinner is going to be. I want dinner to dinner itself. I am so tired of figuring out what dinner is. You know what? I want macaroni and cheese. That's what I want. I can't have it, but that's what I want. I want chicken, macaroni, and cheese. And broccoli. I don't have any broccoli. I don't have any macaroni and cheese. So I'm kind of shit out of luck there. Oh, now. So this guy. This guy. That edge is messed up. I'm going to have to put that on the outside. Alright, so this guy needs to go there. So I need like 2 of those. And then like this guy kind of needs to go there. So this guy is gonna sit there. That didn't work out quite how I was wanting it to. Okay, so if that guy is gonna sit there. Okay, about there. Alright, so how long are you? Curious. So what's that? 2 over 2.5. Alright. How long are you, out of curiosity? Alright, you're at the 3-inch mark. I've got so much glue on my desk. Alright. this guy. Have to keep telling me that imperfections are part of handmade things. I have to keep reminding myself of this. We are not mass producing these. And that there's going to be tiny little things that are going to be slightly different. With each one made. That's just the way of it. It's just the way of it. I do think the cuts might be a little bit straighter this time. With our little X-Acto guy. He's not really little, is he? Oh, that landed in the water. Okay, at least we know where he is. Alright. Sometimes I can get it to score all the way through. So we can just do a simple little snip there. Other times, not so much. I do have some hot glue residue these things are picking up from somewhere. Alright, just cut a divot into my desk. Woohoo! Not that bad though. More than I'm happy about, but it'll be alright. Okay, hold on. I can't get these mixed up, right? Because this guy is, yeah, he's slightly shorter. Okay. Hold on, that's... all sorts of weird there. Okay. So these guys... Okay. And these are our long sides. Okay. This guy should be dry enough now. Alright. Are you? No. Okay, so I need to take off just a tiny bit more on this side. Okay, that's pretty good. This guy's still pretty thick. Alright. So, gonna get our tacky glue out. Hang on. I didn't even... like, didn't even really get into the crevice there. That's not good. Alright. Eventually the glue will get to the bottom. Alright, so I'm just gonna kind of lay some glue down in here. Alright, now gonna take this brush and I am going to smear this all around in here. Try to get it smeared around as evenly as possible. I mean, I know it's tacky glue and that's a tough endeavor, but we're gonna try. Because this is what's gonna hold our magnet in place. So we want to make sure that we've got that spread out to all of our corners and such. I'm gonna rinse my brush here. Get that glue out. And this isn't one of my specific brushes that I designated for glue. I think this one was more for sealer, but same thing, kind of, right? Sort of. All right. So we're going to slide this in. And we're gonna keep this as flat as possible. And we're gonna use one of our scrap pieces to really get this guy shoved into here. Now this corner got a little carried away with the hot glue. Alright, so we're gonna have to really fuss with our frame in those places. Alright, now I'm gonna need a little bit more tacky glue. We could do this part with the hot glue. But I think I'm a little more comfortable doing this with the... Dang it, did I get these pieces mixed up? Alright, this is a long side. Okay, so I'm gonna get some of our glue here, and I am just going to pretty much slather the back side of this. As neatly as I can, because this guy is a little bit raised up. So if I can't fully attach to my frame, then we can at least kind of glue it to the edge of the piece so it doesn't go anywhere, you know? Alright, so. Fuck. I don't want to do that. Okay. So that corner's a little wide. Okay, so I need to try to get my basket here. Okay, so there's one corner. Okay, that needs to... There we go. So I kind of try to use my alligator, not alligator, well, some people call them alligator clips. kind of tried to use my binder clips as clamps so that it just kind of is another set of hands for me to kind of help hold things in place. Sometimes they work better than others. So we're just kind of running with it at the moment. And I'll do a little bit of touch up carefully on the frame, on like the front of the frame and the corners, if we need to here. I need 2 more. Now, sometimes this is a lot easier said than done. I will wholeheartedly admit that. Or maybe I just have really super shitty hand strength to crap, to get these binder clips on here. Like I said, sometimes it works better than others. So let's get these other 2 glued on up here. What was that?
It was a bird, I think.
We gonna need to put like window clings or something on the top of that window so they stop flying into it. Tell you, it's hard to find window clings nowadays. I need 4. So the first one I made still came out the best on the frame. My cuts are still slightly off. But you know what? I gotta stop being so hard on myself. That is probably something that will never change. Alright. We're almost there. I still have to put the magnets on. I am trying to move quickly since we're running behind today. Of all days for me not to start early. But we're so close to finishing, there's no point in stopping now. trying to slide it into there, and then my brain was like, but wait, the clips aren't ready to be clippied. Oh wow, I cut that one real short there, didn't I? Oh, that's a fresh clip. That's a clip that hasn't been used yet at all. Okay, so there's a little bit of gapping. A little bit of gappage on my frame, but you know what? That's the way it is sometimes. It's gonna be for an art giveaway anyhow. I mean, how perfect does it need to be for something that's being given away? Okay. So, make sure I don't have anything there. So while those are kind of holding that into place, yeah, tuck that into its holding area. Let me flip that cover on there. Alright, I'm gonna unplug the glue gun because we're... Come on. Easy. Right, we're pretty much done with that. That needs to go hang out over there while that dries. Alright, I need a piece of wood here. Ah! No, no. Stop that. Oh, goodness. These magnets, man. They got a mind of their own. No, no. Look, friends. Go back in your little carrying case and stay there. Okay. So, open the old super glue here. Alright. Okay, so this says 45 seconds. We might not have that much time. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Alright. And we do 2 of these bad boys. One drop is all we need. No? Fuck. Okay. I got it on my finger, that's why I was like, fuck. I can't touch anything. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Really? Really, Maestro? You can fuck off, Maestro. Try to post a post where people can buy viewers. Alright, well, that takes care of that. I got like the smallest speck, I think, on my finger, but like I panicked. So I was like, I don't want to glue myself to anything. Alright. I think we're okay there. Let's put the lid back on that guy. Right? Alright. Now, let's see. This was the... I need such a tiny brush and nerves of steel to do this part. Alright, so I'm gonna start to remove my binder clips here. I probably should have touched that up before I popped that on there. But I honestly didn't think about it. I thought my cuts were going to be a little more solid. Apparently, I cut them ever so short, which is mildly frustrating. But at this point, there's not a whole lot I can do about that. I could like not put my hands in the super glue on the back of it. That would be helpful. It's still a little tacky back there. Just be very careful with how I'm removing these guys. I don't know, they kind of have a slightly old world charm to them, even if they are not quite cut to how they should be, but it happens, right? So there we go. That's not so bad. I mean, is it perfect? No. It's not perfect. But it's not terrible either. So magnet number 3 is in the books. Wasn't so sure we were going to get him finished today, but we did. Wasn't really a matter of believing in myself, I just didn't think I was going to have quite enough time, and we did end up going over. So next week we will start magnet number 4. What is next week's anyway? Next week is Tranquility Cove? What is that gonna look like? It's probably gonna give me a YouTube ad. Yes, it is. What the hell is this? Dog man? I do feel like I've got a little bit of glue on my fingers here. I just want to see a tiny little photo of the next one, please. All right. So what is the next one? Is this really a cove though? Bob. Bob? Doesn't really seem like a cove, Bob. It kind of feels like the other part of the river that we just did. Bob? But that one I can probably do a little bit more with the trees. We can do something with that. I don't know what yet, but we'll figure out something. But that's going to do it for today. Tomorrow we will be back. We will be doing Planet Zoo tomorrow and trying to figure out more of the mess of our bear area and figuring out who's gonna go where and size of things before I can try to start putting in underground track viewing and all that stuff. So I will see everybody tomorrow for that. Thank you for checking in and checking out the progress of today's project. For those that did, don't forget to follow the socially links to all of the places, and I will see everyone tomorrow.